And good morning. Welcome to the hot shop. So luckily we have this drawing on the floor right here, so it'll make it really easy to explain what we're going to see in the hot shop. The people you see on the floor, they are our resident hot shop team, so they work here for the museum full time. And yeah, we're going to see some store items made in the hot shop, so they'll go onto the Museum of Glass store shelves. And this is specifically a vase that we will see them using some interesting coloring techniques, patterning in the glass. I'll make sure to point out what they're doing along the way. Have you guys ever been in a hot shop before? No? All right, so I'll give you guys just a quick overview of the hot shop and kind of describe the temperatures that we're working with. So this tank that Gabe is just about to go inside of, this is where we're getting all of our clear molten glass. So inside of there we have a ceramic crucible that's holding up to 1,000 pounds of glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And the glass acts a lot like honey, so all we have to do is twist our pipe into the end, or the end of the pipe into the glass. It just picks up a ball on the end. And then we have a kind of a workstation. Each bench has its own open-faced furnace, which this is called a glory hole. It's used to reheat the glass. It sits at about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, or up to that temperature. So each time we go in those, we're just trying to make the glass malleable again. Now, just to point out the specific components in case you can't read the descriptions, we're going to have clear for the shoulder and neck of the vase. So that upper portion you see sectioned off for a reason. And this lower portion will be our transparent color. So we have two pieces of glass that we have to create individually and then bring together. So honestly, this process we're seeing at the center bench is a lot like making a miniature vase just on its own. So we're using an important tool that I wanted to point out. Gabe is using these two metal blades to kind of squeeze down in certain areas, creating these divots. And he also stretched some of this glass out just by pulling away. And this is where the blowing and glass blowing comes into play. Sarah's blowing into the end of the pipe, expanding this glass like a balloon. So again, we're going to be attaching two sections of blown glass together, and because of this, we have to open up this far end furthest away from the pipe. That's where we're going to be attaching the colored section of our glass. So Gabe has gone in, he's kind of sectioned a small end of the bubble off, and we knocked this off. And this should create just a small opening into the end of the bubble. And for you who just joined in, welcome into the hot shop. And we are going to be making some vases today, which you can see drawn out on the floor right here. We're working on the neck portion at the moment, and then we'll move on to the next components. Oh, and look at that. Now we have some closed captioning, as well as some cameras that'll follow the artist movements around. Yeah, that closed captioning helps out a lot. I know my voice is super echoey. So now we just go inside of the bubble with the jacks, start to open this up. And I'm assuming when we finish this section of the glass, we will be setting this aside to stay warm inside of this silver box right here, which you'll see us use like Sarah is right now. It's just used to keep pieces of glass warm or preheat them up to about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. I know that sounds really hot, but at that temperature, the glass is still solid. It's just a happy medium, not cold enough to break, not hot enough to move and change shape. So while we're finishing the shape at the center bench, I assume Sarah's heating up a piece of colored glass over on the left. And to give you a better idea of what we start with and what I am talking about in the first place, let's have the color bar image up on the screen, please. Thank you. So up on the screen, I have an image of a variety of something called Color Bar. We have an entire room in our hot shop that's filled with a wall of color as well as tools and powdered colors, frit. This color bar is what we usually start with. It's solid colored glass through and through. There's a variety of metals, minerals, and oxides that are thrown into clear glass to get these colors. And we get it shipped in this form, so we don't create it ourselves. I don't know the exact science and process behind it, but I know some of the basic ingredients and the fact that we take sections of it, we melt it down, and then we layer it within the walls of our piece. Could we have a view of the left bench, please, for the color draw? Thank you. So we have a view of what's happening over on the left bench up on the screen. I wanted to point out that we are just about to see the coloring process of the glass. So anytime we want color in our piece, whether it's opaque or transparent, we'll usually go through the same process. We heated up a piece of that color bar that I showed off not too long ago. We completely melted that down, dropped it on top of a clear bubble of glass, and then we'll slowly spread and push this to cover up the clear. So all we see is that color when we blow out the final piece. And I know you guys just joined in recently, so I wanted to point out again real quick this vase that you see drawn on the floor. So this is what we're going to see made in the hot shop throughout the day today. We'll probably just be using a variety of colors for the body section of the piece and then cycle through those different colors, same shape throughout the day. And just to point out specifically, this is a transparent color that we're using. So when we blow this out, we'll be able to see through the entire final piece. And I know you guys just joined in up in the back. Welcome into the hot shop. This is what we're working on right here on the floor. And we have already created the shoulder and neck area. You can kind of see it sectioned off with that line. That's just going to be clear glass only. We've made that section. We set it aside. Now we can worry about the body. And the body of the piece has an interesting pattern of these perfectly spaced bubbles throughout the walls of the glass. Those are the little circles you see in the drawing. This is achieved through a specific mold that you'll see later on. I'm excited to explain it and show it off. And of course, feel free to ask any questions that you guys have. I know you've been joining in at different times, so I'm sure some of you guys have missed certain information. Okay, so we have just gathered another layer of clear, that tank with the closed door that we go inside of. That is specifically where we're getting our clear molten glass. So your eyes do not deceive you. This bubble has gotten bigger. We're just getting some more material for us to work with and blow out. And could we get a view of, I guess, Trent using the mold in a second? Okay, so up on the screen, we have this mold set up on the floor, and this is the pineapple mold. And it has all these inward-facing spikes, so when we push the bubble of glass inside of this mold, which you can see on the screen, it creates all these dimples across the surface of the bubble. Thank you. And because of these dimples that are created, they will trap pockets of air when we gather another layer of clear glass over top of them. And that creates all of our individual perfectly spaced bubbles within the walls of our piece. And Trent has used this mold a lot. He has some work in the store frequently. One of the things that he works on, that I've seen him work on, are these air plant holders that are shaped like pineapples. And he specifically uses the pineapple mold, and it creates a sort of texture like a pineapple across the surface of the piece. Yeah, you'll see us use this setup later on, but we will frequently roll the side of the piece on this setup whenever we want these really straight, long walls. If we're making something like a cylinder or a cone shape, it just applies even pressure to the entire side of the piece all at once. Yeah, you'll see us use it later. And so now you could see those perfect itty-bitty little air bubbles. As we blow this out, the air's gonna be stretched a little bit thinner, and those bubbles will become wider in appearance. So now we've moved over to the center bench. This usually tells the audience that this is all the glass we need to blow out and create this piece. Yeah, could we have a view of the center bench, please? Thank you. yeah, so this pad that we're using, this is just folded up newspaper that has been splashed with some water, by the way. And this will conform to the shape of our hands, and therefore the glass will conform to the shape of our hands through the paper. So this is as close as we get to using our hands to shape the glass. And we're using this to guide which way the bubble blows out as somebody blows into the end of the pipe. And to talk about temperatures for the newcomers, this torch should run about the same temperature as the reheating furnace, the glory hole that we've been using in front of the bench, so between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But that torch will heat up sections of the glass at a time. We could focus heat more so to one area. And now we get started on the jack line. So the divot that we squeeze in off the end of the pipe, this eventually becomes our breaking point. Just break the piece off from there later on. And there you just saw a very fancy way of stretching the glass. Sometimes we'll just hang the glass down towards the floor and let gravity do the work. Sometimes we'll swing it, create some centrifugal force. And now as we're really starting to blow this out closer to its full size, we could see the color a lot better. Up on the screen you can see there's a tinge of blue now as it's starting to cool down. So that orange you were seeing throughout the entire process is not the true color of the glass. It's just the glass being so hot that it's radiating light as well as heat, much like lava. And at this point you can see we've focused all the heat just to the very end of the piece, or the bottom of the bubble. And then to flatten the piece, we push a wooden paddle against the bottom, keeping the jacks on the side to force the glass into a crisper corner. And if they are happy with the shape of this so far, then they will get ready to break this piece off of the pipe it's on right now and onto a different pipe. This will essentially flip the orientation of the piece. We need access to the other side, the side that's currently attached to the pipe. Yeah, and I guess one more design element for this piece that we're not going to see until close to the end is we're going to see this color that they used for the body used one more time as a lip wrap, which is basically just a rim of a different color. They bring that color over and wrap it around. So now we bring that pipe over. This will be attached right to the center of the bottom of the piece. And then to break the piece off, we apply some water, which will cause thermal shock, that cracking. Tap the pipe to pop the piece off. So now we have flipped the orientation of the piece, and we can start working on that opening. And for those who just came in, I wanted to point out this drawing on the floor that Gabe made this morning. He's sitting at the center bench. This is a bottle that is being made for the Museum of Glass store. So eventually we'll have a variety of colors by the end of the day, and next week or so they'll go out onto the store shelves. Yeah, they've been working on a ton of different pieces throughout the week. Yesterday they were making bowls, and on Wednesday they were making, what were they making? Oh yeah, Wednesday they were making cat pitchers, like a water pitcher shaped like a cat. Those were really cute. I think they usually turn all the equipment on maybe about an hour before they get started, if not maybe an hour and a half. Yeah, it doesn't take terribly long to heat everything up. And you know, the glass furnaces, the furnaces that actually hold the molten glass in the bottom, those stay running 24/7. So it's just the other piece of equipment like the garage, the silver box, and then all of the glory holes. Yeah. And everything's running off of natural gas, by the way. It's just constantly being pumped in. This torch is running off of natural gas. So at this point, we've started to heat up the opening of the piece at the center bench. We're slightly widening that opening. And then over on the left, Trent has pulled out our piece that we worked on in the very first place this morning. And again, for anyone that maybe didn't hear this explanation earlier, the area from the shoulder to the neck of the piece, you can see it's kind of sectioned off from the rest of the drawing with that line. This is clear glass only, and then this lower section with the bubble pattern is all going to be a transparent colored glass. So we have to make those individual sections and then bring them together, which is the process you're about to see. So we've just heated up those two openings, and we've brought our piece over. And made a successful connection. And this is then smoothed out with the papers while somebody blows into the end of the blowpipe. This is really tricky to do. You have to make sure the walls of both pieces are very similar to each other. You have to make that connection perfectly straight. So now we have our two pieces connected. And now we'll probably touch up the overall shape, but for the most part, we just have to fix up the neck. We're going to widen the top of the neck, and we're also going to add a rim of color just around the opening. And again, this is our resident hot shop team. So on the various days when you come in, sometimes there will be visiting artists, and that happens very frequently, believe it or not. We have a little bit of time to work for ourselves this month. This whole week, we've been working on store items like you're seeing today. But yeah, a lot of the people that work on the floor, like these guys, have between 20 and 30 years of experience blowing glass. So to start working with the neck, Gabe completely flares the top open with the jacks, these two metal blades, and is actually squeezing down on the outside of the neck. This is to kind of stretch the remaining section of the glass out, section aside from that disc he just formed. And this is all excess glass that'll be broken away. Usually with a lot of blown pieces that we create, we will trim some glass away just around the opening of the piece, because where that was connected to the previous pipe tends to be really thick. So the different colors, they come from different minerals, metal oxides that are mixed into the clear glass mixture. And an example that I love to bring up is, everyone knows the Statue of Liberty is made out of copper, right? And when that copper oxidized, it reacted with oxygen in the air, it turned that blue-green color. So if we were to mix that oxidized copper into glass, we would get a blue-green glass. So that's just one example. There's so many different oxides and mixtures. Like gold chloride is coming from literal gold, one of the more expensive colors, and that creates a pinkish color in glass. And could I have the color bar image again, please? Thank you. So I wanted to show this off real quick. We don't make the colored glass ourselves. We instead get these bars shipped in, and we'll break off sections of it, melt it down on the end of a pipe, and then we'll kind of layer it within the walls of the piece. Could I have the color overlay slide real quick? I think I have time. Yeah. This is what the cross section looks like. So it's just a little bit of color, but when you look from the outside, the piece appears to be all color. Thank you. So just in time, I have just stopped with the image. We are bringing over some color. We're wrapping it around just the opening of the piece. Once again, this is called a lip wrap. And this is the same color that was used for the body. So we're just kind of tying everything together. And now we can open up the neck of the bottle to its full size. So we go inside again, and we start to flare that open. Also, yeah, usually teams of 3 or 4 people is a pretty normal or average amount, say, for a glass blowing team. You need someone sitting at the bench, of course, shaping, rolling the pipe, and you need someone on the outside applying pressure to the end of the piece, frequently on the bottom, and then you need a third person who can blow into the end of the pipe. Can't do all 3 of those jobs by yourself, so glass blowing is always done in teams. As we get closer to the end of the process, you'll notice us start to torch the end of the pipe, essentially, or the bottom of the piece. This is the last thing going into the heat and the first thing coming out, so it's naturally cooling down quite a bit. And if anything drops too far below 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which I know sounds really hot, it'll start to crack and break from thermal shock. So now this may be subtle, but right here we are torching, again, that clear glass that's connecting the piece and the pipe. And we're torching that until we see some movement in that connection. And I was going to point out, you can start to see it fall in this moment towards the floor. The artists are really good at controlling this. It's very second nature. It's just muscle memory at this point to keep the piece on center. But you can see it falling a little bit. This is the movement they're looking for before they go ahead and break it off the pipe to put it away. And Trent has gotten suited up. He has his face shield. He has these big Kevlar gloves. We'll usually pick up the piece with those gloves off the end of the pipe, and then we'll torch the bottom. We'll stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo, and that's completely finishing the piece off. So now we just apply a little bit of water near the end of the pipe, kind of like what we did earlier. And then tap the pipe, and that should pop the piece off. And that was a very clean break. Again, we're torching the bottom. This gets rid of leftover sharpness that might remain. And then stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. First piece of the day. And into the annealer it goes. So this box I have not described yet, but it holds all of the glass warm throughout the day at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. And then when we're completely done, we press a button. It's programmed to cool for a certain amount of time, which prevents thermal shock. Which, as you know, if we cool the glass too quickly, it'll start to crack and break. And once again, we are going to continue to make these pieces throughout the day today. We'll see a variety of colors, and feel free to ask any questions that you guys might have. And let's pull up an entertaining video, might as well. Let's pull up the pony pulling video, please. And so this is a silent video up on the screen, but very entertaining. I wish that we had more of these to point out. We used to have a ton on top of this silver box right there, the garage, We have some on top of the furnaces where it's dark. You can kind of barely see the horses standing on their hind legs. But yeah, these are done all in one go. We just take a fresh gather of glass, and using all that residual heat, a pony is pulled out of the glass. The person in the video, his name's Nick. He's one of the people that works full-time at the museum in the hot shop. And he's made thousands of these, he said, which makes sense. So welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined in. We are going to be working on these bottles that you see drawn out on the floor right here. And Gabe just told me apparently they're going to be playing around with the proportions throughout the day a little bit. So we might see some that are a little bit squatter and wider. We might see some that are taller, have longer necks maybe. And this is the very beginning where they create the neck. Yeah, so I should point out specifically this drawing is sectioned off. This section of the shoulder and the neck here, this is all clear glass. So we're creating that right now. This is created individually from the body, and then we attach the two together. And welcome to those who just joined in. Yeah, welcome into the hot shop. So this is our resident hot shop team on the floor today. It's a ton of people that come in as visiting artists week by week, but this entire week we've had our resident team working on the floor, specifically making some Museum of Glass store items. We don't frequently get a ton of time to work on our own projects, so this is great, taking advantage of that time. And making some bottles today, which I'll point out again, this drawing on the floor to the right of me, your right, my left. This is the bottle that we've created today. And the section of glass that we're working on right now is going to become the shoulder and neck of the bottle. You can see it's sectioned off. This is just made from clear glass only. So yes, this glass we're working with right now is clear. That orange tinge you see, it's just from the glass being so hot that it's radiating light as well as heat, much like lava. So to stretch out our neck, hold on to a section of the bubble with the jacks and then pull away from the pipe. And since I've gotten so many new people in here over the last few minutes, I just want to give another overview of the hot shop itself. So describe the temperatures, what we're working with. We have a couple of glass furnaces specifically. This is where we're getting our clear molten glass. In the very beginning, it starts off in a giant ceramic crucible just filled with molten clear glass in the bottom. And this is sitting at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit inside of the tanks with the closed doors specifically. So the one right next to Trent there, and then the one on the opposite side of the hot shop. And these run 24/7. There's just natural gas constantly being pushed in and burned, and it's really well insulated to keep that glass warm. Then we have these open face furnaces throughout the hot shop, one for each bench specifically. And these are used to reheat the glass only, so nothing physically inside of them. They just sit between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit throughout the day, and then we turn them off when we're done. And we will be using this torch on and off throughout the day. This runs around that same temperature. We just use it to heat up sections of the glass at a time, focus heat to one area. So this metal table is called a marver, has a thick slab of stainless steel on top, which we do use this for shaping the glass. Sometimes we'll use it to pull heat out of the glass and cool down certain sections of the piece. And right now, Gabe is going through the process trying to create a small section on the very end of the bubble that will eventually be broken off, revealing an opening into the remaining larger section. Because again, we have to attach this to the rest of the piece, like you see with this diagram. So now that we've broken that small section off, Gabe can go on the inside of the piece with the jacks on that end and start to widen that opening bit by bit. Yeah, we have a pretty good view of this up on the screen. We're pushing a wooden paddle against the opening of the piece as well, just to smooth and round that out. And now over on the left, they'll start preparing the body of the piece. So we're heating up some color, which I know a lot of you guys haven't seen that part of the process yet. So could I have the color bar image up on the screen, please? So I know some of you have seen this, but for the rest of you, up on the screen we have an image. All of this glass you see here, this is called color bar, bars of colored glass. We get this shipped in, we'll break off sections of it, it's colored all the way through. We'll melt that section down on the end of a pipe, like Sarah's doing over on the left, and we'll layer this on top of a clear bubble of glass. So that covers up the clear and it makes the piece appear to all just be color, but it's just a thin layer of color within the walls of the piece. And the different colors, I had a question earlier about where they come from, what they are. So it's different metals, minerals, and oxides mixed into the clear glass. Yeah, just to give some examples, gold chloride is a really popular color. It creates a pink, and it quite literally comes from gold, making it expensive and more sought after. How do you determine how much bar you need for specifically the lip wrap, or? Okay, yeah. So I think a lot of it at this point is kind of just muscle memory or knowledge from experience for these guys, just because of how long they've been working with the glass, 20 to 30 years individually. But if you stretch it out too thin, then it starts to become transparent. It starts to fade out in a way that you don't want. So I think it is definitely mostly from experience. I wish I had a better answer. Yeah, they quite literally break it. We used to have the tool up in the front right here. I think it's off to the side now, but they call it a chopper. It's just this heavy cutter that comes down, smacks into the bar, and then it breaks these pieces off. And sometimes we'll heat up an entire long section and we'll just take small bits of it off throughout the day. We've done that too before. Oh, the pipes, they're made out of stainless steel, yeah. Yeah, we have a lot of different stainless steel tools, the pipes, the hand tools, and the tables, those marvers. I've been told apparently that steel is a poor conductor of heat, so the heat will only travel so far towards your hands, especially if you're only working with small amounts of glass. If you're working with larger amounts of glass, then I think you will have more heat, of course. Oh yes, so this pad that we're using is just folded up newspaper, and we're just soaking it with water throughout every once in a while. just to make sure it doesn't burn as quickly, make sure it's saturated. It's surprisingly, you can't really feel heat through those as long as it's a certain thickness. Yeah. Oh yeah, so at this point we have our layer of color on top of our clear bubble. We've been rolling it on the marber, that metal table again, just to push and roll that color back, cover up the clear. So now when we blow this out, we'll just have an even layer of color throughout the entire body. And there is one more important design aspect for these pieces. You can see Gabe has drawn in all those individual little dots for the side of the piece. So this is going to come into play using our pineapple mold. And could I have the diagram of the pineapple mold real quick, please? Thank you. So I have a little bit of time to show off this mold up on the screen. It has all these inward facing spikes. So when we push our bubble inside of this, that pushes into the surface of the glass, and we end up with all these dimples across the entire piece, which we then gather clear glass over top of one more time, and that traps air pockets inside of the glass, the air bubbles, like you see in the second image. And I don't know if I pointed this out already, but Gabe is really emphasizing that we're going to see a variety of shapes when it comes to the bottles. We're going to have that same design aspect overall where it's a clear shoulder and neck, and then that same transparent color with our air bubbles. And up on the screen, when Trent sat down with that bubble of glass, we were using this wooden spoon-shaped tool. So yes, that was made out of wood. And it's called a block. It's kept saturated in water, like we do with a lot of our wooden tools. And we use this to smooth and even out that fresh layer of clear. So Trent is heating this bubble up. He's rolling it on the marver to shape it into a longer tapered shape. And could we have a view of when Trent uses this mold, please? Thank you. So we should be able to see this pretty easily. You can see that mold in the background up on the screen. So he's ready to use the mold. Lets it stretch out for just a second before stuffing it inside of the mold, giving it a quick puff of air, and then coming right back out. As you can imagine, because it has all those inward-facing spikes that really pulls and tries to hold the glass inside of the mold, and people have gotten stuck in them before if they don't know what they're doing or if something goes wrong in general. But Trent has used this mold many, many times. And now we have all those little dimples. You could see them up on the screen. And just to share again for anyone that's recently joined in, we have these drawings on the floor in the front of the hot shop, closer to the right side of the hot shop. These are what we're working on today, so a variety of different shapes of bottles. We're going with that same design overall, where this is the body of the bottle with a bubbly pattern across the surface. So after letting this glass cool down, Trent is going to gather one more layer of clear, and that's going to trap air bubbles inside of all those individual little dimples across the surface of the glass. Yeah, you'll be able to see this pretty clearly when we come out. Ooh, we're seeing a little bit of a strip gather too. So anything that goes inside of this bucket, that is all clear glass only. Eventually we could just crush it up and throw it back into the furnace and reuse it completely. So now we're really starting to blow this out. Gabe is continuing to use the newspapers, kind of guide which way it blows out as Sarah blows into the end of the pipe. We're now going to start using this torch quite a bit. Again, if you haven't seen this already, it's just another way of applying heat to the glass, or in this case, we were preheating the tools, but it heats up sections of the piece at a time, so we could focus more heat to one area over another. And now we can start on our jack line. So the jack line is really important. It's this divot that we squeeze into the bubble off the end of the pipe. And this eventually becomes our breaking point. So once we finish the shape of the lower half of the piece, then we'll break this bubble off. And I got some questions about the cone. So if anyone else is curious about the building that we're inside of, this is decorational. It's not really the ideal shape for a hot shop necessarily, not that it's a bad shape for a hot shop, and it is technically historical. So it's based off of what this area used to be and what it used to be used for, which was a lot of logging. They had these wood burners that were shaped just like this cone. They would burn leftover wood scraps, and They completely cleaned up the area. They tore those wood burners down. They cleaned up the waterway. They built the bridge and the museum at the same time. And so to kind of pay tribute to what the area used to be, again, they built this cone, the shape that it is. And if we want the piece to be a little bit taller and longer, or thinner, taller, we will stretch it out using gravity, just hang it down towards the floor. We used this setup earlier for the lower half of the piece here. This is just a wooden board laid out with some wet newspaper over top. And it's applying pressure to the side of the piece very evenly, creating a perfectly straight wall. And for those who just joined in, we are going to see a piece kind of like this made right here in the hot shop right now. And eventually these are going onto the Museum of Glass store shelves. This is our resident hot shop team. They work here full time, and they'll help visiting artists that come through. When we don't have visiting artists like today, we will work on other various projects that we need to get done. So the pipes are usually only about 10 pounds unless you get a bigger pipe for a bigger project, maybe 15. And the pieces themselves are really light. These are very small pieces compared to what I've seen made in the hot shop on other days. I'd say maybe only a few pounds of glass or so for the final piece, maybe up to about 7, 8. Yeah, we just flattened the bottom of the piece with a wooden paddle, meaning that pretty soon we'll be able to move on to our really important step of attaching the shoulder, neck portion of the piece to the body of the piece. So they're just keeping this piece of glass warm at the center bench overall at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And yes, it's a warm temperature for glass. It's a happy medium. It won't be moving. It'll be solid. It won't be cold enough to break from thermal shock. So we keep it at that temperature when we're preparing to do something else or just an in-between stage. At the same time, Sarah's been preparing a second pipe that is now brought over and attached to the center of the bottom of the piece. And once they're ready, they break the piece away from the pipe that it was first blown on. And this is done by thermally shocking the connection, sometimes with a little bit of water like you're seeing here, and then tapping the pipe. So just like that, we have flipped the orientation of the piece. We can now start to open this up. And again, we already have the neck and shoulder portion of the piece that you see sectioned off already made. It's just sitting and staying warm inside of this box right here called the garage. So eventually we'll be able to pull that out, heat it up, and then bring the two pieces together. So whenever we make a blown piece and it's something like a cup or a vase, it has a clear bottom and a top and it's open on one end, like a vase is open at the top, cup open at the top. We have to create the bottom of the piece first and then flip the orientation to be able to open up that opposite end and work on that opposite end in general. So we do that as well for a lot of sculptural pieces too. We'll work on both ends of the piece. There are some examples I can give for pieces that we don't do that, like ornaments. We just blow out the ball, we knock it off the pipe, and then it's pretty much finished. And then for paperweights as well, you just form the paperweight, knock it off the pipe, you're finished. But yeah, we always need to work on both sides of the piece, so we'll flip the orientation at some point. So right now they've been focusing a lot of heat just on the two openings of these individual blown pieces. Want to heat up those connections enough for them to stick, but not heat up the entire piece to where everything's moving and uncontrollable. It's looking like maybe these two openings weren't quite as lined up as they wanted them to be, so they are just going to touch the two pieces up. So after one more quick size check, it looks like we'll be ready to heat up those two openings again and then bring them together. Yeah, this is a very delicate process, so to make sure those line up perfectly, Otherwise, there will be an obvious kind of change in the glass. You could see where it's connected. So now we have connected those two pieces of glass. Sarah's going to blow into the end of the blowpipe, hopefully smooth that connection out a little bit. And then we break this secondary pipe away. And just like that, we have our two pieces connected now. So this is a little bit different from the last one. The last one, they opened up those two pieces almost completely, and then they had their shape right away. This time, they've connected it, and you can see that connection is cinched in, but this is going to be blown out. Smooth, straight walls. Just like our images on the floor again. Yeah, so I was going to point out for anyone who's wondering how we would blow into this piece without a blowpipe attached anymore. We used the Soffietta, which is that cone-shaped tool, to kind of block off the opening to the piece, and then the mouthpiece on the opposite end to blow air in. So we've reinflated that section of the glass. This will probably be inflated a little bit more, smoothed out before moving on. But you're really starting to see the overall shape. Interesting. So we're going to see this setup in the front used real quick. If you haven't seen this already, this is a large wooden board laid out with some wet newspaper over top. And we'll use it to apply even pressure to the length of the piece all at once. So this can really help smooth a piece of glass out, especially if it's cylindrical or cone-shaped. So something to really notice right here is how fast Gabe is turning the pipe. he's creating some centrifugal force, which is pushing the glass outward into the papers and keeping this shape really smooth and wide. If we were to turn too slow, the bubble could begin to kind of collapse on itself. So now we'll start working on the neck now that we're finished with the body. Gabe is going to first stretch some of this glass out in the neck using some tweezers, pulling more than he is pinching. And then he'll section this glass off and eventually break that excess off. And then over on the left, Trent is heating up a small amount of the color that was used for the body. And this is pretty concentrated in this form. It's just pure color over there that he's going to be bringing over and then wrapping around the opening of the piece to create a rim of that blue. Yeah, so that connection between those two sections of glass is a weak point. So if we don't keep that connection warm enough throughout the process, it'll pop off from thermal shock. And so it did pop off inside of the glory hole, that reheating chamber. And what sucks is if you leave that for too long at all, it'll start to melt into a puddle in there, as you might imagine. So we just quickly stick whatever we have on the end of the pipe into that glass to pick it up. Our goal is just to get the piece out, so we ended up with a sculpture-looking piece. But, yeah, sadly, this is no longer. Hey, you can see how quickly thermal shock acts. Even if you left it for a few more seconds, it would have started to break apart. So they'll break it apart a little early with some water. But, yeah, I had some questions from a couple of people as to how we start the project. So, first off, we have this tank filled with clear molten glass, a tank with a closed door inside of a giant ceramic crucible like on the screen. And a lot like honey, we just gather this up on the end of our pipe. So that's how we start our projects, just completely in general, any project. But for this piece in particular, we have a couple of complicated techniques to, first of all, create the two different sections of glass like you saw, bring them together. That is called an encalmo. And then we also have that special patterning in the lower half of the bubble. That is coming from a mold called a pineapple mold, like you see on the screen right here. So this mold has inward-facing spikes that push into the glass, create dimples. When we gather over top of those dimples, it traps air bubbles in the walls of the piece. So we'll see that again. Just takes us a little bit of time to get there. Also, just to point out, I know a lot of people would be interested in this. So we have a live stream running every single day that we're down on the hot shop floor. So if you are worried that you're going to miss something, or you did miss something and you want to go back and see it, you can just pull up our YouTube channel and click on the live button, or you can go onto our website and you could find the live stream there as well. And yeah, again, we run it every single day that the museum is open. Yeah, you could even go back years. You could find a particular person in the gallery you really like, and you could find when they've visited the museum in the past. Yeah, I will say it's pretty rare to see anything break on this hot shop floor, because, again, these guys that work here all have between about 20 and 30 years of experience. So you've just witnessed a rare event. And speaking of, just to show off how professional these guys are, I'd like to cycle through some of their artwork throughout the day. I'll usually start with the person who's sitting and working at the bench. So let's show off some of Gabe's artwork. And this will probably just take a second to pop up on the screen. Wow, never mind, it's up there instantaneously. So up on the screen, we'll have a slideshow going. This shows off some of Gabe's artwork. Again, he's the one who's sitting and working at the center bench. And these guys will help visiting artists that come through. We have visiting artists all the time. Some months it's every single day we have a visiting artist here. And then rarely, sometimes these guys get to make their own work. They can come in on their own time, but who wants to do that with their full-time job? Or sometimes they'll get residencies here. Like I've seen Sarah's residency a while back. She's the one who's on the floor right now too. think the first one we made took about an hour, but the first piece we make during the day is always going to take a little bit longer as we get into the flow of things and get started. So I would estimate each of these should take about 45 minutes to an hour when we're really starting to move quick. So right now we're making the neck and shoulder section of one of these bottles you see drawn on the floor. And these are Museum of Glass store items that we're working on today. So you can expect these to be on the shelves in the store maybe next week. And this is our resident hot shop team, of course. If you're seeing some familiar faces, that's why. These guys work here full time down on the hot shop floor. So to create this piece, again, we have two separate sections that are being blown and brought together. The neck and shoulder is completely clear, and then this lower section is a transparent color using the pineapple mold, which gives us air bubbles in the walls of the piece. Could I have the color bar slide, please? So, we do not make color ourselves in the museum, but we get it shipped in a couple of different forms. This form right here is called color bar, like you see on the screen. And what we do with this is we'll break off sections of it, quite literally crack pieces off, and we'll attach that to the end of our pipe and heat it up, melt it down in the hot shop. And then what we do with this, if we go to the color overlay slide, is we will melt that down. It will drop it on top of a clear bubble like you see with the left diagram, and then spread and push that color down until it completely covers up that clear. So in the end, your piece, it looks like it's all colored glass when you look from the outside, but if you look at the cross section, it's just a small amount of color, mostly clear glass. And again, this process is called a color drop or a color overlay. We will be seeing this happen after we create the clear section of our piece. It's the first thing we do. Thank you. So we have a pretty good view of this on the screen, but you can see Gabe is sectioning part of the bubble off just at the very end. And importantly, he's not cinching all the way down, so this allows air to travel in between the larger section and this smaller section. So when they break this off, it reveals an opening into the rest of the piece. And they just broke it off. And it was kind of hard to see. And now we can go on the inside of that opening that we just created using the jacks. The jacks are these two metal blades. We use them to widen and flare pieces out, like flaring out the top of a vase. So while Gabe is finishing off the shape of this piece at the center bench, they're getting started on the colored section of the piece over on the left bench. So again, this all starts with a clear bubble of glass, which Trent is making right now. And then over on the left, Sarah's melting down some color that will be layered over top of that clear. And when we finish this piece that Gabe is working on, this is going to be set aside in the garage, this large silver box, which I'll point out just in case anyone hasn't seen us use this yet. It sits at just about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So whenever we have pieces that need multiple components, we'll sometimes set some of those components aside to stay warm and prevent them from breaking while we finish off the other sections of the piece. And we also have been using this box to preheat pieces of color like Sarah just picked up. Could we have a view of the left bench now, please? So just for a little bit, I've switched the view to the left bench where we are sectioning a certain amount of this color off to use. And could we have a view for when they drop this color? Thank you. So Sarah completely melts this color down, and then we quite literally drop it down on top of the bubble. And then we'll go through the process of pushing and rolling this color back until it covers up the clear. Again, this just makes it so we only see that color in the final result. All right, and while I have a little bit of time, I've gotten a couple of questions about how people get involved in glass blowing. So if anyone is curious about getting their kids involved or themselves involved, kind of dipping their toes in the water, there are a ton of different ways to start working with glass. So here at the museum specifically, we have a program called Hot Shop Heroes, which is for veterans and military to blow glass. This is a full session, I think 6 weeks long, where they come in once a week in the evenings, so it doesn't clash with work. And they get to learn how to blow glass. So it's beginner and intermediate and advanced classes. And then if you're more so looking to kind of test something out, we do have workshops, which you come down on the floor and you get guided through your first piece. We have 2 of them coming up this month on the 27th and 28th. And we're specifically going to be making some pumpkins. So if you guys are excited to prepare for Halloween, it's a great way to do so. And then there's ways for youth to get involved. This is the way that I got involved and Trent got involved. There's a program called Hilltop Artists in Tacoma where you can start blowing glass at the age of 12. If your kids are younger than 12, don't worry, there's another way to get involved in glass art. There's Kids Design Glass, so they could submit a drawing and that has a chance to be turned into a piece of glass. These guys go through those drawings by hand themselves each month and choose which one they'll make in the hot shop. And they make 2 of them, so one goes home with the family, and then one stays here at the museum and is put on display, like all those ones you see in Art Alley. So yeah, those are just a few ways off the top of my head that you guys can get involved in glass art. And again, me and Trent got involved through Hilltop. Some of these other people that work here maybe took some classes in college and knew someone beforehand who already was working in a studio. It really just depends person to person. Now at this point, we have layered our color over top of the clear bubble. We're sitting and letting this cool down before gathering a layer of clear. So again, if you haven't seen us use this, this is where we get all of our fresh molten clear glass is inside of that tank with the closed door that Trent's going inside of now. So this tool we see up on the screen, this is called a block. It is carved out of wood and it's kept constantly saturated in these buckets of water behind the bench. And that is used to push and smooth and round the glass back out after we've gotten that fresh layer of clear. If we just leave that alone without using the block, then we have these patches of thicker glass and thinner glass, hotter glass, colder glass. So we're trying to even everything out. So this is, I love to talk about physics. I'm a nerd, but this is really cool. So when we use water on a lot of our different tools, and especially if the glass is really hot like this, the glass and the tool are not physically interacting because there's a layer of steam in between the two. It's the Leidenfrost effect. And I definitely don't recommend this, but you can look up videos of this online where people will like slap their hand through molten metal that's like coming down from equipment in a factory, for example, and that's that same thing. The two temperatures are so extremely different that it creates a layer of steam in between the two materials. Leidenfrost effect. So we just went inside of that mold that you see up on the screen on the floor. This is the pineapple mold. Again, it has all these inward-facing spikes that have kind of pushed into the glass since you stuffed it inside of the mold. We'll be gathering another layer of clear over all of those dimples created, and that will trap air bubbles within the walls of the piece. And could I have the image of the pineapple mold up on the screen one more time? So I know some new people have joined in, so up on the screen, I wanted to show this off one more time. This is the pineapple mold. So we have all of those little dimples from those spikes, and we'll be gathering one more layer of clear. Also, I assume this is what they worked on yesterday. The pieces of glass usually take about 12 hours to cool down, or an overnight cycle. Thank you. So now you can see all those little air bubbles throughout the walls of the piece, or the walls of the glass. As we blow this out, the bubbles get a little flatter and wider. So these will look a little bit bigger when we have the finished product. And we move over to the center bench when we are ready to blow the piece out and finish it off. So you can expect to see a lot more blowing and shaping from this point on. So we're really just soaking a lot of heat into the glass. We're using that block a couple of times to make sure everything is even. And then we can start blowing this out. So this is where the blowing and glass blowing comes into play. Sarah will be blowing into the end of the pipe, and Gabe will be kind of guiding which way the bubble blows out by using this pad of newspaper. So yes, this is just folded up newspaper. It's been soaked with some water before we use it. If anything, the water destroys the newspaper more than the glass does, by the way. Kind of disintegrates it. So you can see the bubble getting bigger inside. This is also thinning the walls of the piece out at the same time. And that's why we always start with the material. We never just add more material on as we go. We have to start with the amount of glass that we need before we blow the piece out. And now we're starting the jack line. A good chunk of you are here for the last piece. And you might remember this divot that we're forming right now. That's where we break the piece off later on. So now we can finish off the shape of the lower half of the piece. And I'll point out again for anyone that's recently joined in, we've already created the shoulder and the neck for this bottle. As you'll see with the diagram, there are two different sections that are eventually brought together. So we're just making the lower half of the piece now. Eventually we'll bring the first section we made out and then attach the two together. Yeah, usually you'll see teams of 3 or 4 people working together to create any blown piece in general. And you'll see this pretty soon, but that's because we have to apply pressure from 2 different places at the same time. So we need 2 people to do that, and then we need a 3rd person on the end of the pipe to blow or maintain pressure inside of the piece when it comes to the air. Because this pipe, it does work like a straw. You see Trent holding his hand over the end. He's keeping that pressure inside of the bubble. The air can come back out. Oh, and this is by design, by the way. Sometimes we will suck air out of a piece purposefully, like inhale on the end of the pipe. And this creates divots or dimples on the piece. And a good example of this is something called a suck bowl, which is a kind of an orb of glass that they blow out. They heat up half of it, and then they suck that in on itself, and it forms a bowl-like shape. And no, the air, surprisingly, is not hot coming out of the end of the pipe, no matter how much you pull out. I've done it myself. So now we're flattening the bottom with a wooden paddle, keeping the jacks on the side, and Sarah is capping on the end of the pipe. So you can see we need 3 people at least in this moment. And we work on some big pieces in this hot shop. I can't believe it when I see it sometimes. They made one time an 80-pound bell jar, and a bell jar is like a glass dome that covers an object. And that took a team of 3 people to even just lift the pipe when they went to heat up the piece and bring it back to the bench. Yeah, it was insane. And just to point out the color of this piece, as it's really started to cool down, it's turning more and more into this green. And this is definitely the true color of the piece. Any color you saw earlier was just the glass being so hot that it was radiating a little bit of light as well as heat, glowing like lava. And now we are going to see a pivotal moment to the piece. We're bringing over another pipe and attaching this to the center of the bottom of the piece, right where we flatten the bottom. And to break the piece off from its original pipe, we'll thermally shock that connection, squeezing really hard with the jacks, applying a little bit of water to that connection. You can hear the hiss as it cracks. And then tapping the pipe to pop the piece off. So this gives us access to the other side of the piece, so now we can start working on the other end. Now that we've basically attached a second handle. And just in case anyone new has joined in, I wanted to point out one more time that we have these pieces drawn on the floor right here. So these are a variety of bottles that we'll see made throughout the day today. We have sort of the overall same patterning for the piece, where we have the clear shoulder and neck and then the colored bottom. And these are going into the Museum of Glass store eventually, so you can expect to see them on the shelves maybe sometime next week. These are all being made by our resident hot shop team that works here full-time at the museum. So these guys, they all have between about 20 and 30 years of experience blowing glass. Longer than I've been alive for most of them. So now we can start to slowly open this up using the jacks as two metal blades on the inside. We want to make this the same size of opening as the first section of glass that we blew out over on the left bench now. So it sounds like we are pretty much ready to attach our two separate sections together now. We're just heating up the two openings until it's hot enough to connect the two. See, most of the heat's focused on the front half of the piece. And then same thing with our shoulder and neck. So we bring that over, attach the two pieces together. And then this connection is smoothed out with the papers and usually given a puff of air into the end of the pipe. And then we break this small blowpipe away and we're just left with our two pieces connected. And welcome to those who just joined us in the hot shop. We are finishing off this bottle at the center bench, we have one more detail to add to it, and we are doing some overall shaping. We, of course, are trying to create these shapes you see on the floor up in the front to my left or your right. And these are going into the Museum of Glass store probably sometime next week once we have a nice variety of colors and shapes. So this setup in the front is a large wooden board that we have laid out with some wet newspaper over top, and that mostly protects the wood, but we're using this to straighten the entire wall of the piece out. We did finish one of these earlier. Again, we're going to see some that are squatter and wider, or some that are taller and skinnier. So interestingly enough, there's very little that will stick to the glass when it comes to organic material. And so the paper just turns into ash, and then it almost sort of vaporizes. It does not stick to the glass. And the hotter we get the glass, the more true this is. And the glass, it's moving right now. It's kind of taffy or putty-like. It's not completely molten to as hot as it could be, like the texture of honey, which is upwards of about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, by the way. I know, yeah, just to give you an idea of the temperatures. And believe it or not, this is a lower melting point than some other glasses that are worked with. So now we can start focusing on the neck of the bottle a lot more. Gabe has stretched the neck out. This glass that he's using as leverage and stretching out, this will be cut off or broken off. And then over on the left, Trent is preparing a little bit of color, the same color that they used for the body of the piece. That'll be wrapped around the opening of the neck and then create a lip wrap. So we brought over that color. All it takes is touching it down against the rim of the piece, and then as we turn away, that follows around. So we now have a rim of green. Now we can open this up to its full size, flare it out just a little bit. So we use the paddles for two different things. We'll use them to flatten certain areas of the piece. So we used it to push against the opening of the piece, just briefly kind of smooth that out. And then we also use them for shielding. So Gabe's right hand and arm at some points is only a few inches away from the surface of the piece, which is always at least 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So you can imagine he's feeling a lot of heat coming off. So that paddle is just used to protect from radiant heat, as well as that sleeve that he's wearing, which helps, make it so we don't need that extra person. So now we'll start getting ready to break this piece off of the pipe and put it away. So while they're doing these careful little touches with the piece, over on the right, Trent is getting suited up. He'll have these big Kevlar gloves, this face shield, and all of this is going to allow him to physically pick up the piece off the end of the pipe and then carry it over to a 900-degree Fahrenheit box to put it away. And we are going to be putting it inside of the box on the far right wall. This is one of our mini annealers. And the annealer's job is to cool the glass slowly enough that it doesn't break from thermal shock. So it's usually an overnight process, meaning we won't see this piece again until tomorrow. So get your photos in while you can. So now we apply some water near the end of the pipe. And again, this cracks that connection from thermal shock enough that we should just be able to pop this piece off and then put it away. So just like that, second piece is done, and into the annealer it goes, where it will safely cool down overnight. And again, this is a continuous process. I know a lot of you didn't get to see the beginning, so that will start shortly. In the meantime, could I have the Kids Design Glass video, please? So just in case anyone doesn't know about this program, I wanted to show off the Kids Design Glass video.
Like art through the ages, glass has always been sort of made by designer and maker. And so to highlight that relationship, we created Kids Design Glass, where kids age 12 and under can make a drawing and submit it to us. We'll make 2 pieces, give one to the family, and we'll keep one to put in our collection and build the exhibition that has been Kids Design Glass.
We get a huge stack of drawings, and we sift through them to pick the ones that we can make and the ones that are interesting.
200-300 drawings a month, so we get a stack of drawings.
We go through each one. It's a drawing and a story about the drawing.
Probably the most unique drawings are the ones that really stick out. The ones that aren't like based on a character that they've already seen, the ones that come straight from their imagination.
Usually kids by that age, they're not really tainted by like pop culture and outside influences. They kind of like what they like.
My original idea for the rainbow marshmallow, when the marshmallow melts, what comes out are their tears. And this one cries rainbows. Like the inside is all rainbow. It was the first time that I was like kind of made contact into like the glass blowing world. And what was really fun about it was knowing that a piece that I've come up with that is like part of my self-expression was like interesting enough for others to like incorporate it into the real world.
Being in a creative environment, I think that builds self-esteem, and the fact that they're going to have this thing that they're going to have the rest of their lives of something that they had as a child, and then knowing that they're actually like in a museum collection, which is pretty incredible when you're under 12 years old.
If any other kids are entering the program, then I'd say I really hope that your art gets chosen. It is really mesmerizing to see the details being put on. I was just very happy that the Hot Shop team actually chose my art. Who knows, maybe if you're timing it just right, you could actually get up there when your art is like being displayed up there.
For 20 years, we've made some wild things. It's so free, and I would say loose, but what we really pay attention to is making sure that we're capturing all the details.
There's so many challenges in making the kids design drawings, and I think that's something that maybe the average viewer wouldn't notice.
A lot of these objects are very fragile and are just different than any of the other glass I usually work on.
The way the kids draw them, they just have no idea of what, glass can do, so they just draw it however their mind imagines this object.
We're talking with them, making sure that we're seeing the color the same way, making sure that, the eyes are on one side or are they supposed to be on both sides.
Appendages and weird helmets, they're all great challenges and things that we wouldn't necessarily run into without this program. I think it's inspiring for us as glassmakers, and I hope it's inspiring for the kids doing the drawings. I hope the kids kind of see that their creativity is this muscle that they need to exercise.
One of the best parts about the program is seeing the kid in the front row giving us tips on how we can make it better or things they don't like that we're doing. They have a voice here.
I designed the lion crab in 2011. Just recently, we went back to the museum, and seeing my piece on display at the museum was just incredible.
I mean, we have times where people come in the crowd and some young adult, in their 20s or early 30s, is like, hey, you made my kids design glass, and they bring out their phone and show us a picture, and it's them like 10 years old, and it's to see the impact that we've made. I think every single one is special.
So welcome into the Hot Shop to those who just joined in. See a lot of new faces in the crowd. we are going to get started on the next piece. You can see this taking place up on the screen or over on the left bench. So our resident hot shop team working on the floor today. So these guys work here for the museum, most of them full time. And we are trying to make some store items today, as many as we can fit in. And right now we're going to get started on a pineapple pitcher. And the reason it's called a pineapple pitcher is because we're using something called the pineapple mold, which I'll make sure to point out when we use, to basically get these perfectly spaced air bubbles within the walls of the piece. So that's what we can expect to see. This is some sort of transparent color that we're using. Yeah, might as well give you guys a little overview of the hot shop while I have some time. So just in case you haven't been in a hot shop before, I'll point out some pieces of equipment. The tank with the closed door that we used in the very beginning, this is our glass furnace. So it's holding a pool of molten glass in the bottom inside of a giant ceramic crucible at just about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And this is the piece of equipment that stays on 24/7, so that glass is consistently the same temperature and texture no matter when we want to use it. And we do have two of them. There's one on the other side of the hot shop as well. This one's easier for some of you to see. And then we have these open face furnaces at each bench. These are used to reheat the glass only, so nothing physically inside of them other than natural gas constantly being pushed in and burnt. And these run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, so just a little bit warmer. And this is the very beginning of the process where we layer our color within the walls of our piece and then start building up layer after layer. So we've gathered a layer of clear glass again over top of the color. And we sat down and started using this wooden spoon-shaped tool called a block. We always use this after a new layer of glass to smooth everything out. You can see we have a much smoother, rounder shape at this point. And could I have the image of the pineapple mold, please? So before we even use this mold, I want to show off what the inside of it looks like so you can better picture what's happening. So this is the pineapple mold. It has all these inward-facing spikes inside of it. So when we push the glass bubble in, it's going to create all these little dimples across the entire surface of the bubble. And then when we let that cool down and gather a layer of clear glass over top of those dimples, it traps air pockets or air bubbles inside, and it creates those perfectly spaced air bubbles like you see on the right. So for this final piece, it's going to be an overall transparent color, and then we're going to have those little air bubbles throughout. So after heating this glass up one more time, Trent is going inside of the pineapple mold. So we should have all of those little dimples now. So we've gathered one more layer of clear. And you can see all of those little air bubbles floating around in there now, especially those of you who are right in this area. It's easier to see in person than on the screen. And we bring it over to the center bench. This is where we finish blowing a piece out and turning it into its final form. So this is where we're going to do most of the work. And again, just to reiterate, right now we're going to be making a pitcher, like a water pitcher or juice pitcher. This will go into the Museum of Glass store. And right now it's still impossible to tell what this color is going to be, so we're going to have to wait till it's blown out a little bit thinner and it cools down to about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So now we use the papers, this pad of folded up newspaper soaked with water to guide which way the bubble blows out. And using gravity, we could stretch the glass out, creating a longer, narrower shape for the piece. And after getting the overall shape, we focus most of the heat to just the very end of the bubble, allowing us to flatten the bottom with a wooden paddle. We keep our jacks on the side to really push that glass into a crisp corner. Otherwise, the glass just pushes out one way or pushes out the other way. And now we have the lower half of our piece finished. This means we have to break the piece off onto a different pipe so we can start working on the top half of the pitcher. And of course, because this is a pitcher, we are going to see a couple of elements that we don't usually see in the hot shop, which is a handle that'll be made and attached to the side of the piece. This is really satisfying to watch because it's done all in one go. They have to use all that residual heat. And then we'll have the spout on the opposite side. So now we've just attached another pipe to the center of the bottom of the piece. And then to break the piece off from that first pipe, we'll create some thermal shock, usually by using some water, cracking that connection. And then when we tap the pipe, that sends a vibration to the cracks and it just pops the piece right off. So now we can open this up to its full size. It's going to be a little bit more cylindrical shape than it is right now. Somewhere between a cylinder and a cone. And then we will also have that handle made and brought over. And the handles that they attach to a lot of the pitchers that they make for the Museum of Glass store end up being hollow. So it's another bubble that's brought over and attached to the side. So we're really building up heat just in that front half of the piece. It was really cold, about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit when we broke it off of that previous pipe. I know that doesn't sound cold, but the glass is completely solid at that temperature. And to start working on the opening, Gabe starts by stretching the top of the piece out using some tweezers, pulling more than he is pinching. And then this glass is trimmed away using the shears, kind of like glass scissors. And this creates just a little, shard of glass, I assume. This is still really hot even when it's resting on the ground, and because it's going to be going through a rapid cooling, it's going to spontaneously break sometime in the future. It could be a few minutes, could be a couple of weeks, but it is going to break at some point, and that's why it's so important to cool our pieces really slowly. So this is heated up, opened up, and then to straighten the walls, we'll usually go on the outside of the piece and spin the pipe fast enough that it's flaring the glass into the blades. And now, Trent will be able to come over with our bubble of clear glass. And this is attached to the lower half of our piece first before being stretched up, and then attached to the upper half of our piece. So again, the handle is done in one go. I have never seen a handle personally that has been done in multiple components or multiple tries. Usually you just have that one shot. So now we use a small handheld torch to heat up just a small section of the lip on the opposite side of the handle. And then we just push the lip outward, and that creates our spout in just one move using the material that's already there. So just like that, we have our pitcher, a water pitcher or juice pitcher, whatever people want to use it for. And again, this is going into the Museum of Glass store. So now that this piece is finished, we knock the piece off by applying a little water near the end of the pipe and then eventually tapping the pipe. So a lot like earlier when we transferred it to that second pipe. And then we'll torch the bottom to be able to stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. And then this piece will be done. Now this small handheld torch, by the way, this gets up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That's why it's that bright blue color. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that picture. Thank you, everyone. So it's sounding like we will see a small cup made, and whenever glass blowers say cups, oftentimes it means something like a goblet. So it has a bowl portion, which is the drinking portion, and then it has sometimes a stem, and then definitely a blown foot for the base. I don't know, you could imagine something like this minus the handle for a lot of the different cups, quote unquote, that we'll see in the hot shop. And then every once in a while, you'll see twisty cups made as well. And those, as the name suggests, are cups of glass that have been stuffed into a mold and then twisted, so they have this spiraling ridges that go from the bottom to the top. So glass and crystal have different ingredients. I'm not sure of the ingredients of crystal, what exactly makes it crystal, but the glass that we use in a lot of hot shops is a soda lime glass. So it has soda ash, limestone, mostly silica sand. I've always imagined crystal is very pure, so maybe it has less ingredients and it must be a higher melting point. This glass has a lower melting point because of those additional ingredients. It's the texture of honey at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. So I know that sounds hot, but it's a lower melting point than some other kinds of glass. Yeah. Oh gosh, I don't know. I don't know if this is the highest, but I know it's one of the highest, if not the highest, is borosilicate. It's a scientific glass that's used for beakers and scientific tubing, and it's the glass that was used for the insects in the gallery, interestingly enough. It's really strong. And I think it must have a melting point. It's the same texture of honey, maybe around 3,000 or 4,000 degrees Fahrenheit, I would like to say. I could be wrong. I don't know exactly the temperature. Yeah. Yeah, but because of that quality to it, you could just place it directly over an open flame. Like if you're in a lab and you're heating up chemicals inside of it, it can withstand that extreme temperature change. So the pieces of equipment that are left on and run 24/7 are the glass furnaces, which we just went inside of that tank with the closed door. That's a glass furnace, and it holds the molten glass in the bottom of it. So we just want to make sure it's staying at a consistent temperature and texture. But everything else, including the annealers in the garage and the glory holes that we're using to reheat the glass, all of that is shut off when we're done and then turned on maybe an hour or so before we get started again. So it's sounding like we'll see something like a beer mug or a beer stein where Gabe is going to be blowing out a larger cup, and then it will bring over a handle and attach that to the side of the piece. Yeah, we still just are working with clear glass at the center bench. We do have a bubble inside of this glass already. It's just pretty small at the moment. So over on the left bench, Trent has been working on a small piece of solid glass that he's just brought over. And Gabe was telling me this is going to be wrapped around the bubble. So Gabe is making sure to use up every bit of that colored glass. So we should have a nice wild pattern of zigzag crisscross lines across the piece now. So we heated up the glass, we rolled it a little bit smoother, flatter. We want that design to be flush with the clear glass. And now we can start to blow this out and turn it into our mug. And just to orient you a little bit, whenever we make blown pieces like cups or vases, things like that, we always have the bottom of the piece furthest away from the pipe, and then the top of the piece, the opening of the piece, is what's attached to the pipe. So we'll start by blowing it out, getting the overall shape, then we flatten the bottom, and then eventually we flip the orientation so that we can start working on the opposite side of the piece. So we're keeping the jacks on the side as it's blown out. This makes sure that we have a really straight, even wall, something that's done for cylinders. So now most of the heat has been focused on the very bottom of the bubble, allowing us to flatten the bottom with a wooden paddle. And that's why these are so charred. We also use them to shield people's hand and arm from that radiant heat coming off of the piece. So you've probably seen us use them for both at this point. And now pretty soon here, we'll be attaching another pipe to the center of the bottom where we've just flattened. And then we'll break it off the pipe it's on right now. Throughout the day, we've been using various torches to keep the glass warm where it's getting too cold. So this time we're just using a little map gas. Also, my closed captioning disappeared. I didn't notice. Hopefully it hasn't been gone for too long. There we go. Now I have it back. It's catching up quite a bit. So now we have our second pipe ready. This is brought over before being attached to the center of the bottom of the piece. And then to break the piece away, we just squeeze down with the shears or apply a little bit of water. The point is we want to cool that connection and shock that connection, forming these small cracks enough for the piece to just pop right off. So now we can open this up to its full size. It'll probably end up being very cylindrical. And then at the same time, we'll prepare the handle for this mug over on the left bench. So now we can start to open this up, going on the inside of the piece with the jacks, those two metal blades, and just slowly lifting the wall. Also, just to mention real quick, feel free to ask any questions that you guys might have. I know some of you have just joined in as well, so I'll point out real quick that we're making a mug, like a beer mug, and it's going to have a handle that is brought over pretty soon and attached to the side of the piece. We're just forming the overall shape of the mug to begin with. And the people you see on the floor today, this is our resident hot shop team, so they work for the museum. You'll see them here very frequently if you come in frequently. And a lot of them have 20 to 30 years of experience. We have even more people that work here. They're just not here today. Usually we only need about a team of 3 or 4 people for a bench. So we always will trim off a little bit of glass from the opening of the piece whenever we're making a blown piece anyways. And this is because that area tends to be really thick where it was connected to the previous pipe. So we're just trying to make the walls even all the way through, and a thinner lip. Apparently it's uncomfortable to put your mouth on a thick lip or a thick rim of a glass, so that's why it's always very thin. Well, it looks like we have our handle ready. So this is attached to the lower portion of the piece first and then stretched up. So yeah, if you haven't seen it already, the furnace that Trent was just inside of in the back with that closed door, that's where we're getting all of our molten clear glass in the very beginning, where we're getting all of our material. So inside of there, we have a giant ceramic crucible filled with 2100 degree Fahrenheit glass. It's just constantly staying molten inside of there. We have up to 1,000 pounds of it at a time inside of that furnace. So the color in our glass, in our finished pieces, such as this one right here, is coming from something called Color Bar. So could I have the image of Color Bar just real quick, please? Yeah, I have a little bit of time. So right here up on the screen, there's something called Color Bar. This is shipped in, and we'll break off sections of it, quite literally break it. We just shock it, crack it, get a piece off, and then we'll melt it on the end of our pipe. And then could I see the color overlay slide too, please? And then when we melt that down, we layer it on top of a clear bubble of glass. And then usually we'll be gathering layers of clear over top of the color as well, which we then end up with this cross section like you see on the right. So even though a piece appears to be all colored glass like this one here, if you were to look at the cross section, which this one is a tiny cross section, you'd see those different layers within the walls of the piece. And the different colors themselves come from different metals, minerals, and oxides mixed into clear glass. Yeah, the science behind it's really interesting. I've always wanted to do the chemistry to get the different colors. I think it sounds really cool. So it looks like we are ready with that bubble. And again, this is going to end up being a beer mug, so to have a proper beer mug, we need a handle for it. This bubble that Trent has prepared over on the left is going to be attached down on the lower half of our mug and then stretched and attached to the upper half of the mug to finish off the handle. And they're just applying a little bit of extra heat to the upper portion of the handle where we connected it to the top half of the mug. Yeah, that second connection is a little bit colder, so we always apply extra heat. And then we're using this piece of tubing, I think it's copper tubing, to smooth out the inner part of the handle and reshape it. And it's looking like we are done with this mug. I hope you all can see the patterning from the side. It might be a little bit hard to see, but we have all these really light black stripes or lines throughout the side of the piece. And now to break it off, we apply some water near the end of the pipe, cracking that connection enough for us to pop it off. And then we can superheat the bottom, get rid of that sharpness that remains from where it was connected to the pipe. And then we are done with this piece completely. So let's give them a round of applause for finishing that mug. Thank you, everyone. Seeing a variety of work today. Now we've seen bottles, we've seen pitchers, like a water pitcher, and now we've seen a mug. And we will see even more when we come back from our lunch break. So we usually come back in an hour from where we left off, so you can expect to see us again at about 2:20. The official time will be posted on the screen, and we will see you then. If you have any final questions, feel free to ask away, of course, but if not, then see you in an hour. Yeah, good question. They need to cool down overnight, usually about 12 hours of cooling. So we'll be able to see those pieces again tomorrow. And welcome into the hot shop, everyone who's joining in. We have our team back on the floor. This is our resident hot shop team that you'll see working today. They work here full-time at the museum on the hot shop floor. And we are specifically going to be making some store items today. If you were here earlier, you have already seen a couple of the things that we're going to be doing for the second half of the day. We're going to start off with apparently one more of these pieces down in the front, one of the Encalmo pieces. The Encalmo is basically blowing separate sections of glass and bringing it together. And then later in the day, we will see them make some pitchers, again, some water pitchers or juice pitchers. And all of these are going into the Museum of Glass store. Up on the screen, we now have closed captioning. We have some cameras following the artist's movements around. So everything starts with this much glass on the end of the pipe. This is just a single layer or gather of clear glass. And into that, Gabe has blown a bubble. Also, these are some pieces made yesterday, and these are going into the store as well. This whole week, they've been working on store items. Just to point out again, if anyone's curious about how these were made, see some of you guys talking about it, you can pull up our live streams from previous dates as far back as years and years ago. So this was just yesterday. You can go onto our YouTube channel and you can look at yesterday's live and you could see how they made these. And I was just showing some folks in the front. We use this to get those patterns in the side of the piece. It's called Twisted Cane or Zenfirico. At the center bench, we've just gathered another layer of clear. I think that this is all the clear glass that we need to create the shoulder and neck of our bottle, which again, for those who are just joining in, we're going to be working on one more of these bottles right now. And we have two separate blown sections of the piece. So we have the shoulder and the neck, which is all just clear glass. And then the lower half of the piece is going to be a transparent colored glass with special patterning of perfectly spaced air bubbles within the walls of the piece. And you'll see how we get those air bubbles later on. So now we start blowing this out. We've already seen a couple of different tools being used. That pad that Gabe was using is actually just folded up newspaper soaked in water. And that's as close as we'll get to using our hands to shape the glasses by using that pad. And this part that we'll see here, I think personally is one of the most satisfying parts where Gabe holds onto a section of the bubble and then just pulls away from the pipe. And this is stretching a neck into the piece. Yeah, I'm glad you guys get to see this because, again, this is the last one of the day that we're going to be making. Then we'll move on to a different project. And again, if you look at this diagram, we have the shoulder and neck separate from the body. So to be able to connect these two pieces together, that means that both of those areas that we're connecting have to be open. So to make this open-ended, we're going to section the glass off like you just saw Gabe starting to do. And then we'll knock or break that end section off, revealing a small opening in the end. So now that we've broken that end off, we should be able to go on the inside from that end and start to flare it open a little bit. And I know some new people have joined in here and there, so just to point out one more time, we have drawn out our projects on the floor in chalk right here. This is drawn by Gabe. He's the one sitting and working at the center bench for the most part today. And these are some bottles that'll go into the Museum of Glass store. And of course, the people you see today, this is our resident hot shop team. They'll be here almost any day you come in, helping visiting artists or filling in time, making store pieces, commission pieces like this week. So now we're just opening that up. And while they're finishing that off at the center bench, over on the left, Sarah's getting started on the next section of the piece, which we are going to have a transparent color over that entire section. So she is picking up a piece of color bar from inside of this silver box right here called the garage. This is preheating pieces of glass up to about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And I know I said color bar. You guys don't know what color bar is. So can I have the color bar slide up on the screen, please? Thank you. So this is color bar. Just imagine it transparent instead of opaque. That's what we're using. So we break off sections of this, and we will heat it up on the end of a pipe, melt it down, and then this is essentially just layered within the walls of our piece. In the section that we made at the center bench, this is set aside in the garage as well. We want to keep it warm enough to not break while we prepare the second half of the piece. So this section, again, is going to have that transparent color, and then we're also going to be seeing a pattern of air bubbles within the walls of the piece, just like our diagrams show, those little dots. So this is how all of our projects begin, again. Just a single gather of clear glass on the end of our pipe, and then we blow into the opposite end of the pipe. That pushes all the way through and expands into a bubble at the end in the glass. So it looks like we have a little much color. So we're going to section it off, just use part of what we have. And in a moment here, you're going to see the color application process. And this is called a color drop or a color overlay. We'll heat up this colored glass until it's molten, very close to uncontrollable, and then we will quite literally drop it on top of the clear bubble, hence the name color drop. And after that's dropped down, we'll heat this up, we'll roll it and push it back until the color covers up the clear glass, and all we can really see in the bubble or with the bubble is just that color. And can I have the image of the color overlay diagram? Thank you. So for those who may have trouble kind of picturing this, this diagram shows off the process very simplistically, where it's rolled over top of the clear bubble, and then over on the right is what I really wanted to point out, that cross section. So when you see a piece of glass that looks like it's all made from color, like this blue cup here, it's just a really small amount of color sandwiched between layers of clear glass if you were to look at the cross section. This cross section's too small, but the one on the screen is really nice and obvious. And while I have some time, let's continue to show off some of this artist's work. I started off by showing off Gabe's artwork. Let's show off Trent's artwork since we're seeing him quite a bit on the floor today. And I'm not sure how long this will take to pop up, so let's just give it a couple of minutes. But we have slideshows prepared of all the artists that come here and work, and I've just been wanting to show off their work today because these guys are very experienced. They have, most of them, between 20 and 30 years of experience blowing glass. So up on the screen is Trent's slideshow. He's the one who's working over in the blue cap over on the left side of the hot shop. And of course, feel free to ask any questions that you guys have, whether it's about the artists or the glass or maybe even things you've seen in the gallery. Yeah, so when we apply the color, like you see right here, the color is so rich that we can't see through it at all. So we have to start with a certain amount. That's just coming from experience as to how much we use. And then when we blow it out, you'll be able to see through the color, but you'll just see the color itself a lot better. And if we blow it out too much, then yeah, the color will become stretched out and it'll become too transparent, or if you're using an opaque color like this, I think it was supposed to be more opaque and it's actually semi-transparent. It's something that they didn't want, and so they ended up just setting it aside as an example piece. And I have no idea what color this is yet, so we'll find out together. So I think a lot of the patterns in glass are usually coming from something called cane. And luckily I do have a video to show off how we use cane, but I do have this little example here as well. So and that's a hard one because I don't have an image in front of me to compare it to, so I'm not exactly sure. If I looked at it, I might know, but sometimes we get patterns in the surface of the glass that could be more subtle by using enamel or by like an enamel paint, or by using powdered glass that we pick up on the outside, or by sandblasting the surface as well. So if it's a matte piece, a lot of those matte pieces were sandblasted. So the surface is physically it's altered. It's not shiny, smooth anymore. And then there are also pieces that have been more so painted, like our other MC here, the job that I do. His name's Walt. He has a section of the gallery right now, an exhibit, and he paints glass himself. So yeah, there's a ton of different ways to get patterns in the glass, almost infinite ways to work with glass. This one right here? Oh, yeah. Okay, so that one I think is just sculptural, like carved by hand in the hot shop, but then that same method of sandblasting to get the texture. Yeah, but I think that was sculptural, made in the hot shop and then kind of carved by hand. Sometimes people use molds as well. This can be sand casted, it could be a graphite mold. Some molds people will take quite literally spoonfuls of molten glass, dump it into the mold, and then take it out quickly and put it away. Or they will fuse glass, they'll put it in a kiln in a mold, and the glass will kind of melt down into the mold. So if you see a piece that's textured like that, it could be from a mold as well, but yeah, I think a lot of Trent's pieces are sculpted by hand. Yeah, so we used, let's see the image of the pineapple mold real quick. So there will be a diagram up on the screen that I want to show off. So this mold here has all these inward-facing spikes. We put our bubble inside of that mold, and it created all these little dimples across the surface of the piece. And then after letting that cool down briefly, we gathered another layer of clear, and this trapped air bubbles inside of those little dimples across the surface. And that's how we get those perfectly spaced air bubbles throughout the walls of the piece, and that's what we're doing for the rest of our pieces throughout the day today. So when it comes to the furnaces and various equipment we have along our wall, there's just two major pieces of equipment. So there's the glass furnace, which is the tank with the closed door, and that's holding molten glass inside of it. And then there's the open face furnaces, and those are just used to reheat the glass. There's nothing physically inside of them. And other than that, the two that we're using today, they aren't really different from each other. They might be slightly different in temperature, but that's not necessarily on purpose. We work on the side benches to start our pieces, and then we finish the pieces at the center bench. And that's just something they've always done. They've tried to explain it before to me, and it always just comes out like it just is what it is. I think they want to have multiple stations, though, to work on two pieces at the same time. And right now we're starting on a jack line, which is a divot that will squeeze into the glass right off the end of the pipe. So once we finish the overall shape, we'll break it off from that divot later on. Yeah, I should point out a couple more things about some of the equipment we're using. So a lot of the temperatures we're working with, the reheating furnaces were running between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, and everything's running off of natural gas. And the glass furnace, again, the tank with the closed door, that stays at a more exact 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, and it stays on 24/7. So that glass is always the same temperature and consistency whenever we need it. Same with the torch. The torch runs around that same temperature, but we heat up sections of glass at a time with it, so we can pinpoint more so where we want to work, or if something's getting too cold in one area. And now we're using this setup in the front. So this is a large wooden board with wet newspaper laid over top of it. We're just applying even pressure to the entire side of the piece all at once while we roll it, and this creates really straight walls. Oh, also, just another important thing to point out, we will be using these wooden paddles to flatten the bottom of the piece eventually, but we also have been using them very consistently for shielding Gabe's arm and hand from that radiant heat coming off of the piece. As you can imagine, this glass is always over 1000 degrees Fahrenheit when we're working with it in the hot shop. So there's a lot of heat coming off of it, especially if we're only a few inches away at certain points. Yeah, so just in case anyone else has missed this as well, I wanted to share this on the microphone, how we got the patterning for this piece, which if anyone can't tell, maybe it's too far away, we have these perfectly spaced air bubbles within the walls of the piece, just inside of the glass walls. And the way that we got this is by using a pineapple mold. This mold has all these inward-facing spikes that, when we push the bubble inside of the mold, push into the surface of the glass, creating all these dimples. And then when we gather another layer of clear glass over top of those dimples, it traps air bubbles inside of them, creating those perfectly spaced bubbles. And these guys are really good at working with this mold. It's easy to get stuck inside of, as you might imagine, with spikes pushing into the glass. So right here, we will flip the orientation of the piece by attaching a pipe to the bottom, breaking the piece off of the original pipe. We have to do this for every piece that we make. We always start with the bottom and then flip the orientation, and then we can open it up at the top. And just a little reminder, we already have this lower half of the piece at the center bench, but earlier we created this upper half as well. The shoulder and the neck of the piece is completely made from clear glass, and that'll be brought over and attached to the top. So we have two different blown pieces coming together. Experience. These guys are just really good at what they do. But they do have these calipers, these little measuring tools that they check the openings of the pieces with, just to make sure they're matching up. And then they'll usually do a size check as well, where they bring the pieces close to each other and just double check that they're lining up. But the hard part is the thickness of the glass. Like, how do you blow out the bubble to where they're exactly the same thickness and the same width of opening and everything? These guys are just crazy good at what they do. Oh, okay. So we have these buckets by each of the furnaces, and this is for when we have a little bit of extra clear, or for prototyping, or if we're dripping some clear glass off of the bubble. All clear glass goes into those buckets. We will crush it up on a later date and throw it into the furnace and completely reuse it again. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we recycle our own glass, but we never use recycled glass. We have a very, very specific mixture that we use in our hot shop. It's a soda lime glass, and apparently it has a little bit of lithium in it as well, which makes the glass very, very soft to work with. Yeah, soda lime glass, so soda ash and limestone, and then mostly silica sand, as all glasses are. And this is different from other glasses. Just to give another example, the insects you'll see in the gallery, those are made using a scientific glass called borosilicate, which is made using boron and silica, as the name suggests. And that's a really strong scientific glass. It's what they use for beakers in chemistry labs. So we have our two blown pieces. We're ready to connect them. We just push those two openings together. And Sarah gives it a little puff of air as Gabe smooths that connection out. And we break away this small blowpipe. We're left with all of our pieces assembled. So again, that is a really tricky move, and the process of connecting these different blown pieces together, blown sections of glass, however you want to see it, this is called encolmo. So in a piece you see that has rings of color, for example, same technique, attaching cups of color together on top of each other to get those different rings all the way around. So the color you see now, where it's connected to the pipe, should be pretty true to the final color. It depends on the color it is, though. If we're working with red, for example, it's going to turn blackish, brownish, or grayish when we're working with it in the hot shop. Completely different from the final color. But if we're working with purples or blues, and then sometimes ambers, those are pretty true to themselves, even while we're working with them. So as you'll notice, we don't have a blowpipe attached to this piece of glass anymore. So the way that we have to blow into it now is by using this tool called the Soffietta. Usually we use the cone-shaped end to block off the opening of the piece, but since this opening is so small, we flipped it around and we're using the mouthpiece to block off the opening and reinflating the glass from the opposite end. So people get involved in glass blowing in various ways. Each person on the floor has kind of a different story. Like Gabe, he happened to be across from a hot shop where he was living a long time ago. I think Sarah found it in college, like an elective class, and then Trent and I, we went through a program here in Tacoma where you could start blowing glass as young as 12 years old, which I recommend for anyone who's interested. It's really cool. Hilltop Artists. And so, yeah, everyone has their own background. You can study underneath someone specifically and do kind of the grunt work of the hot shop and work your way up. There's tons of ways to do it. But glass blowing is definitely niche. It's very expensive, so it's hard to get into. But working with glass in general, there's so many ways to do it. Oh yeah, if anyone's curious about the Hilltop Artist Program, which again, kids 12 and up can blow glass through this program for free. I went through it myself starting in an after-school club. I know a lot about it. I do have these pamphlets that you could take, learn more. And then also, if you're 12 and under, you can submit a drawing to the museum, which has a chance to turn into a piece of glass here through the Kids Design Glass program. So you're not physically handling glass 12 and under, but you have the chance to still kind of be a part of that glass community. So right now we're stretching out the top of the neck by kind of holding on to a small section of glass and pulling away. And this is just, again, stretching out the neck. We're getting rid of some thick glass on the end. Wow, what a lovely sound. And while they're fixing up the neck at the center bench, over on the left bench, Trent is heating up a small piece of colored glass. Should be the same color as the body, that purple. And this is going to be wrapped around the opening of the piece, so just at the top of the neck. And this is creating a lip wrap, just a rim of a different color. So we have fixed up the top of the neck. We're bringing over that color, just lightly touching that down against the rim of the piece. And then as we turn the pipe away, this follows all the way around, creating our lip wrap. So now we go back on the inside of the neck with the jacks, those two metal blades, and just lightly open this up, straighten it out. It's looking like, for the most part, we just have a little bit of touching up, but this piece is pretty much done. So we use these torches to heat up small sections of glass at a time, which I told a lot of you guys earlier. But near the end of the process, you'll notice we really start heating up the glass where it's connecting the bottom of the piece and the pipe. That area tends to get really cold. It's the last thing going into the heat as we go into the hole, and then the first thing coming out is cooling down really quickly. If it drops below 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, it will start to crack. We don't want that connection to the bottom of our piece to crack, otherwise the piece goes on the floor. So very important that we keep everything warm. So at this point, we're getting ready to break the piece off and put it away. So Trent is getting suited up, face shield and these big Kevlar gloves. He's going to pick up the piece off the end of the pipe and put it away inside of the annealer over on the right wall, that large black box over there. And this is going to very slowly cool this piece of glass down overnight, which will prevent it from breaking. So same thing as earlier, we apply some water to crack that connection, tap the pipe, and then we will torch the bottom and stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo for the store, and this piece is completely done. Yeah, let's give them a round of applause for finishing this piece. And there you can see our previous one that we made, some other pieces we made throughout the day. Yeah, that is a very complex piece of glass. Again, the people working on this floor are very experienced. And please, if anyone has any questions, feel free to ask away. We will get started on the next piece pretty soon. So the project that we're going to be moving on to next are some pitchers for the Museum of Glass store, like a water pitcher or a juice pitcher. And this is going to be using that same mold, the same transparent colors like we've been doing throughout the day, where, again, that mold is going to give us perfectly spaced air bubbles throughout the wall of the piece. So we have a view of the left bench in the hot shop. This is going to be the color application process that we'll see over there. And we will also see them use the pineapple mold, which, could I have the pineapple mold diagram up on the screen, please? Thank you. For those who haven't seen this yet, up on the screen I have an image of the inside of the pineapple mold. It has all these inward facing spikes that will push into the surface of the glass when we stuff the glass inside. And this will create just all these little dimples across the surface of the bubble, which we then gather clear glass over top of, and that traps air bubbles inside of each of the individual dimples, creating perfectly spaced bubbles. So all the equipment that we're working with, most of it is running between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, usually maybe a little bit on the hotter end even. And then the tanks with the closed doors, those stay at a very consistent temperature 24/7 because this is what's holding the clear molten glass inside of a ceramic crucible. And that's at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, more exactly. So yeah, whenever you see us go inside of the tank with the closed door specifically, we're just getting more material to work with. And that process you're seeing in front of you over on the left, we just drop down a bit of molten color on top of a clear bubble. We'll go through the process now of pushing and rolling that color back until it covers up the clear. So our bubble will appear to be all colored glass, but really it's just a thin layer of color sandwiched between these walls of clear. The different colors come from different metals, minerals, and oxides mixed into the glass. And could I have the image of color bar, please? So up on the screen, there's an image of color bar. This is what we start with for projects like this specifically. This has those different metals, minerals, oxides mixed in. And just to give you an example, if we're looking at the white one, this apparently uses tin and antimony mixed into the clear glass to get the white. If we were looking at a piece of color bar that was pink, it would be gold chloride. So we just break off a section of this and melt it down and use it. So we don't make color ourselves, we instead get it shipped in already made. So the different colors come from different metals, minerals, and oxides. And a couple of examples would be white comes from tin and antimony, apparently. And a pink colored glass, which is the most expensive color in glass, by the way. It's like this pinkish, purplish color called cranberry pink. That's coming from gold chloride, because it comes from literal gold. And then there's so many different things that are put into glass to get different colors. If you see a piece that's almost sort of iridescent or it reacts with some other colors, that can oftentimes come from silver. They quite literally fume or add silver to the glass. And then a really good example or analogy for those who may have trouble picturing how different metals can create colors is the Statue of Liberty. Everyone knows that's made out of copper. This has oxidized, it's reacted with oxygen in the air and turned this blue-green color. So if we were to mix that into glass, we would get that blue-green color glass. Not very much. There's not a lot of physical material in colored glass, unless it's a very specific color, like a color called Duro. You add a lot of material into it to the point that it makes the glass stiff. It makes it hard and stiff to work with. And yeah, that has a lot more material than usual, to the point that it can become incompatible with other colors of glass if you're not careful. And incompatibility is really interesting. For example, if I were to take just a couple of these rods, which I know are not compatible. This is hot shop glass, this blue one. And this orange one is something you would use to make beads on a torch. And if I were to mix them together without knowing, they would start to crack and break away from each other. And if the glasses are different enough, they will explode away from each other. It's really interesting. Also, yes, we did just go into that mold on the floor. Again, this is the pineapple mold. And we now have a bunch of little dimples across the surface of our glass, which you can hear each time Trent runs his tool over the surface. You can see it pretty well up on the screen. So now we just let this cool down, and then we'll gather a layer of clear, and that will trap air bubbles inside of those dimples, creating our pockets of air or pattern for our piece. So this is definitely easier to see in person, just like looking at the glass. You could see those little air bubbles. Could we have a view of the center bench, please? Yeah, I was going to point out on the screen, we can't see that texture as well as in person, but as we blow this out, it'll become more obvious. Yeah, exactly. I actually got that question earlier. So for anyone who hasn't seen this yet, this is a block. It's a wooden spoon-shaped tool that we keep constantly saturated in water. And the idea of the water is we're forming a layer of steam in between the glass and the wood. So the wood's not going to burn and the glass isn't going to shock. The two temperatures are so extremely different that we have the light and frost effect, which is that layer of steam. And it protects both the materials. Yeah, if we were to dunk this bubble of glass into a bucket of water, it would shock it. So now we're moving on to using another technically wood-based tool. This is just a stack of newspaper that has been folded up into this pad. We've soaked it or splashed it with a little bit of water, which was inside of that container I picked up, by the way. So if you see them using that, that's just water. And we are kind of guiding which way we want the bubble to blow out. We want to keep the end thicker for now, so we're letting it blow out more so the sides than the end. And then we stretch it out, just hanging the glass down towards the floor allows us to get a longer, narrower shape. And then we use the jacks, those two metal blades, to create a divot or a breaking point. And now we can blow it out to its full size and finish off the overall shape. So right now they're trying to make a pitcher, like a water pitcher or a juice pitcher. And by the way, any of the pieces you see us make today, eventually they should be going into the Museum of Glass store. You can expect to see them on the shelves maybe next week. We just want to try to create a variety of different colors and sometimes even shapes. We'll usually have a theme for the day, like earlier today, they made at least 3 of these pieces you see on the floor. So we're keeping the jacks on the side of the bubble. Again, those 2 metal blades, making the glass conform to that overall angle. To become what? A professional maybe? Or so I think a person who's a glass blowing professional usually is expected to have 10 years of experience. But I've found that this doesn't have to be the case for everyone. There was someone who came in as a visiting artist, and I think he only had 5-something years of experience, 5 point something. And he was incredible at what he did. But yeah, usually I think it's about 10 years of experience. And these guys who work here on the floor usually have about 20 to 30 years of experience. Yeah, now we're flattening the bottom of the piece with a wooden paddle, just keeping those jacks on the side again. And just like that, we have finished off the lower half of our piece since we flattened the bottom. So we will be using these torches here and there. This torch does run around the same temperature between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit to work with the glass, but we'll use these torches sometimes to heat up cold areas of the glass and just prevent it from breaking from thermal shock. So that's what we're doing at this moment. We're just heating up the colder areas of the piece. Sometimes we'll use it to get extra heat in one area that we want to work on. And while we're keeping this piece warm at the center bench, over on the left, Sarah's preparing another pipe with some clear glass on the end as an attachment. That'll be brought over and attached to the bottom of the piece. And then we'll be able to break this piece off of the pipe that it's on right now. So definitely a pivotal moment. We attach that pipe to the bottom. We let that connection set up a little bit, make sure it's centered, and then to break the piece off of its original pipe, we usually apply some water. And that thermally shocks the glass enough that when we tap the pipe, it just pops right off. So right now the glass is still cold. They need to really soak a lot of heat into the upper half of the glass where the upper half is going to be. And then eventually we have the handle to create attached to the side, and then we have the spout to finish on the opposite side, because again, this is going to be a water pitcher or juice pitcher. And while they're really building up that heat, I'd like to showcase one more of our artists' work. So we've had 3 artists on the floor today. Gabe, I've shown off his work, I've shown off Trent's work, and I haven't shown off Sarah's work yet. So let's have Sarah's work on the screen, please. And it'll probably just take a second, but we do have slideshows of each of our artists' work. So up on the screen now is Sarah's artwork. And I remember I was actually here during the residency that she had a while back, and I had no idea, but a lot of her work involves a heavy amount of cold working, which is something I don't get to talk about very often, making it really interesting. Cold working is, of course, as it sounds, you work with the glass cold, and that is the grinding, cutting, polishing of the glass, sandblasting, all of that is considered cold working. So she will create at least two layers of glass, that black underneath and then a semi-transparent white. So as she grinds away through the white, this reveals more and more of the black, and it creates shadows and gradients and lines. It's really interesting. So with the opening of the piece, we heated that up, we stretched it out first, and then we trimmed a little bit of that extra glass off. This is mostly to make sure that the rim of the piece is nice and thin, more than anything else. I would say teams of 3 or 4 are pretty usual, yeah. And I guess just to give you one little bit of terminology, the person who sits at the bench, they're called the gaffer, and they're kind of like the glassblowing team leader in that moment. They guide those around them. Sometimes on the floor, you'll see every bench taken up by an individual team, so we usually have upwards of around a dozen people working on the floor, but it's definitely not as common. Usually we're not working on ginormous projects. So we've created another bubble of glass. This one's clear. We've attached it to the lower half of the side of our pitcher first before stretching it up and attaching it to the upper half of our pitcher, creating our handle. Handles are done in one go, so this is done very quickly. And now the finishing touch is the spout. We just heated up a small section of the lip with that handheld torch and then pushed the lip outward. So now we have our finished, our complete pitcher, our water pitcher or juice pitcher. At this point, we start getting ready to break the piece off of the pipe and put it away. And now to break the piece off, same thing as earlier, apply a little bit of water near the end of the pipe. And then we just tap the pipe. We'll place this upside down so we can stamp the bottom with the Museum of Glass logo. And just like that, this piece is done. So let's give them a round of applause for finishing that picture. Thank you, everyone. And into the annealer it goes. So if I haven't described this box to you already, this sits at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit all day, throughout the day. We load it up with all of our finished pieces, and then we press a button when we're completely done. It's programmed to cool, usually for about 12 hours. So we'll see these pieces again tomorrow. And could I have the cane pulling video, please? So we should be making another one of these pineapple pictures pretty soon. I was going to play a video talking about, or I guess not talking, it's a silent video, showing how we get the striping in some of our pieces of glass. Yeah, again, could I please have the cane pulling video? Thank you. Yeah, I've gotten a lot of questions about patterning throughout the day today, so I wanted to make sure that you had the chance to see this video. So a lot of you already know how we start off with colored glasses in that bar form. This is added to the end of a pipe. We'll usually add a couple of layers of clear over top of this and then stretch it out between two pipes completely, usually to about pencil length and pencil width. And then all of this cane is cut up again into that sort of pencil length size before being laid out side by side. And this patterning can be picked up on the end of a pipe or over top of a bubble of glass like you'll see in the video. We can leave the cane stick straight and we can just have these really nice straight stripes in the piece, or we can alter this further and further by twisting the glass, stuffing it inside of a mold, twisting it as many times over as we want. These ones, for example, this is a twisted cane. So they created cane that looked a lot like this to begin with. And then when they picked these up and turned them into our bowls, because the cane flattened out, you're just seeing from this direction that sort of zigzag line pattern. And welcome into the Hot Shop to those who just joined in. I just wanted to give a little recap. We are continuing to work on our pitchers, like a water pitcher or a juice pitcher that will go into the Museum of Glass store. And yeah, we're just making as many of these as we can for the rest of the day today so that we have a decent selection for the store. And usually you can expect these pieces to be in the store in about a week from when they're made, so you could expect to see them next week. So we've just formed the lower half of our pitcher. We'll be attaching a pipe to the center of the bottom pretty soon, breaking this piece away from the pipe it's on right now. So here comes that second pipe. We've just attached that to the bottom. Also, I know you guys missed the very beginning of the process, so feel free to ask any questions you might have, such as how we got the air bubbles or how we got the color. I should be able to answer any questions you have about the galleries as well. So the bubbles, I love the way they get these. It's really interesting. Could I have the image of the pineapple mold on the screen, please? Actually, I don't know if we have someone running the cameras right now. Oh, never mind, we do. Okay, so up on the screen we have an image of this mold. This is the pineapple mold. Has all these inward-facing spikes. So when we push our bubble of glass into this, we end up with all these dimples across the surface of the piece, or across the surface of the bubble. And then we will gather another layer of clear glass over top of that entire thing, and that traps air bubbles inside of those little dimples. So that's exactly how it's done. If we were to blow this out before that last gather, that would create a pattern of repeating diamonds or squares, much like you see on holiday ornaments. It's that same mold they use for both of those different things. So all that equipment is running between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, 2100. And at that temperature, by the way, if the glass were heated up to that exact temperature fully, it would be the texture of honey. So that's kind of what we started off with, is that molten glass. We just gather it up on the end of our pipe, like gathering honey on the end of a wooden dowel. And now we can start working on opening this up to its full size. So first we trim a little bit of excess glass away using tweezers to stretch it out and then shears to cut it off. We'll heat it up again and then start flaring it open from the inside. And again, since this is a pitcher, we are going to create a handle to bring over and attach to the side of the piece as well. So that we don't usually see them used for the pictures, but we've been seeing them use it for forms kind of like this on the floor right here. We were making some big bottles earlier, and the idea, I think, is mostly just to apply even pressure to the entire side of the piece all at once, instead of having to use a hand tool or anything like that. With these ones, they're small enough that we usually just use the jacks, those two metal blades on the side of the piece, instead of that large setup. But if we have a piece that's longer than about this, then it's really hard to cover that entire length with our tool. And it looks like we are ready with our handle. So this is a clear bubble of glass that has been brought over, and we'll attach it to the side of the piece, stretch it up, curl it over, and create our handle all in one go. Yeah, once that glass is attached to the side of the piece, they have to continue to work with it in that moment and get that shape in one go. We can't reheat the handle because we'd be reheating the entire piece as well, and we could lose the shape of everything else. I think we could fix things to an extent, but for the most part, what you do is what you get. Now we just have one more detail, and that is the spout for the pitcher, which will be basically just heating up a section of the lip on the opposite side of the handle. And then we'll just push the lip outward, and that creates our spout. And just like that, we have finished our piece. Now we'll just start getting ready to break it off and put it away. And each of these pieces, I've noticed, seems to take about 20-ish minutes to finish, maybe maximum of 30. So they can really whip these out. The scariest part, I think, is breaking the piece off, whether you're breaking it onto the second pipe or whether you're breaking it off in general, like right now. Just because if you don't have that connection at the end of the pipe just right, it can break away the bottom of the piece, or you could be left with a chunk of glass off the end of the pipe on the bottom of the piece. But these guys have been doing this for so long that they make everything look very easy, effortless. Yeah, see, this is a scary part, right? So it looks like in this case, maybe that connection was too secure, or maybe they didn't add enough water. It's kind of hard to tell. Yeah, the cone that we're inside of apparently is about 90 feet tall from where I stand, by the way. It's impressive. It is mostly decorational, though. It's not like this is the best shape for a hot shop. It's not the worst, but it's not the best. And this time, perfect disconnect from the pipe. So we are torching the bottom. We'll stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo, and that will finish the entire piece off. When we finish a piece, we'll put it inside of our annealer, which is this large black box over on that right wall. This is just to very slowly cool the glass down. This cooling cycle is usually about 12 hours, so we won't see this piece again until tomorrow. Yeah, I'll give you guys a little introduction since it's your first time here. We are working on making a pitcher at the moment, like a water pitcher or a juice pitcher. The people you see on the floor, they work for the Museum of Glass as our resident hot shop team. And yeah, these are eventually going on to the Museum of Glass store shelves. We've done a couple of really important things already before you guys came in, which is we've applied our color to the glass. The color is just different metals, minerals, and oxides mixed into clear glass. And then we also have all these little air bubbles throughout the walls of the piece, almost like these drawings on the floor. And these air bubbles have been achieved through something called the pineapple mold. I'll make sure to show you guys this up on the screen. Let's have that pineapple mold. So up on the screen, we have that picture showing off what the inside of the mold looks like. This pushes into the surface of the glass, creating all these individual little divots, which we then gather clear glass over top of one more time, and it traps air pockets inside of the walls of the piece. So that's what you're seeing right in front of you guys in this piece in the hot shop. And now we're flattening the bottom with a wooden paddle, meaning the lower half of the piece is pretty much complete. And this is going to end up being blue. Yeah, so at this point, we're going to bring over another pipe and we're going to attach it to the center of the bottom of the piece. And then we'll completely break the piece off of the pipe that it's on right now. And what this does is it flips the orientation of the piece. We always need to get access to the other side of the piece. And once we do this, we can start to fully open it up. And then we have our finishing details, of course, like the handle of the pitcher and the spout of the pitcher. Yeah, exactly. The water is creating thermal shock from that rapid cooling, enough that when we tap the pipe, it sends a vibration to the cracks and it just pops it right off. And we'll do that same thing again at the very end when we break it off of this pipe as well. So it's not quite hot enough to open up yet. He's just making sure it's centered to the bottom before he moves on. I would say having 2 of these furnaces to reheat is pretty normal. And then I'll point out one more piece of equipment. The tanks with the closed doors on either side of the hot shop, those run 24/7. So we will have those on no matter what. And that's what holds the molten glass inside of a ceramic crucible in the bottom. Yeah, exactly. Same consistency, same temperature all throughout. Yeah, exactly. So the one with the closed door with the globe behind the door. And then we have another one on the opposite side of the hot shop too, kind of mirroring each other. And this right here is a very quick process, but Gabe has just trimmed a little bit of glass off, and that's where the scraps on the floor have come from. Just getting rid of some thickness around the opening. We reuse a lot of clear glass specifically, but we don't reuse the color because it's a little bit of color, mostly clear. If we used it for either of those purposes, it could muddy something up. Yeah. So now we have brought over the handle. The handle is just another bubble of clear glass that will attach to the side. So yes, the handle is hollow when the piece is finished. This is stretched out before being cut off and then twisted and placed into its final position. And this is done all in one go, just using all that residual heat. Yeah, exactly. So we gather up only clear glass from those furnaces, and then the color has to be added through other means. Yeah, to create the spout, they just used the material that was already there. They heated up the lip and pushed it out. And now this piece is done. So they just start getting ready to break it off and put it away. And then just like earlier, to break it off, we apply a little bit of water near the end of the pipe. And then we'll tap the pipe to completely break this piece off. And we'll usually torch and then stamp the bottom with the Museum of Glass logo. This is something we try to do for a lot of store items. And then just like that, this piece is done. It's a very clean break. Yeah, exactly. Just a Museum of Glass logo. I think it has the cone or maybe MOG. And then this box that we're putting it inside of, this is the annealer. It sits at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and then it's going to very slowly cool the glass down overnight. Yeah, that it's just to avoid thermal shock.